I've looked high and I've looked low. There's no one to compare to you. Climbed to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Went down into the deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Yeah, I searched all over, couldn't find nobody. Looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Climbed to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low. Blessed Savior.
Oh yes, good afternoon. Good evening to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. After a very long Easter weekend, yes, welcome back to the world of work on a brand new month. Yes, we're in the 4th month of the year. Wow, and 2024 is moving. Well, you know, yes, the weekend was long and very long, but it was not a peaceful weekend. No, sir, it was not. We had some tragedies, both on the road, fatal accidents. Wow. Yes. A father and his 6-year-old son had a serious accident over in St. Mary. Yes, he died. The father died. Then there was another serious accident in Fern Gully. A minivan carrying 23 people, most of whom were children, overturned. One woman died. Children are still in the hospital. But when I look at the size of that minivan and the number of persons who were on board, it tells me something. It was overloaded. Yes. And, you know, right across the country, you had the fatalities on the road. Yes, it wasn't, from that perspective, it wasn't a good weekend at all. And the gunmen, yes, they continued with their atrocities. Yes, that was another. We had a bloody weekend. Yet another bloody weekend in the country. And the police, remember last week the police reported the 3 month data indicate that the murder rate is down, I think, by 12%. But we still have 270 odd murders. Yes. Way too high. Yes, we welcome the 12% decline, but the murder rate in Jamaica is way too high. Yes. So these are some of the issues. We continue to have these issues in front of us, and they are issues that we can't put aside at all, because it involves the taking of lives. Yes. The road fatalities, too many road fatalities. When you look at the data indicates that the numbers, there's a decline in fatal accidents. Yes, there's a decline. But the number is still too high. Yes, still too high. We just cannot tolerate the high numbers of the fatalities on our roads and the bloodletting on the streets, villages across the country. Yes, too high, much too high. And we have a new police commissioner, but we are waiting to see what his strategies, what new strategy he will be introducing in order to address the crime problem. We are waiting patiently on him to see what is he going to come with. The people, too much bloodletting in the country. Too much. Yes, and we also saw another bit of news. It's still in the police force. But this time now at the Police Federation, you recall that the chairman, you remember that he was suspended by the former commissioner. Yes, you remember that. Yes, Corporal Rowan James. And he was suspended because of a speech he made in which he accused the police high command of holding up overtime payments for rank and file members. In other words, he was defending his members when he was suspended. Yes. Well, we observe that there has been a change, yes, of leadership at the Federation. There's a new chairman. And we heard them saying that they had an election. But I don't understand that election, because what I know, elections for officers of the Police Federation are held whenever there is the annual conference. Yes, the annual conference is where the leadership of the Federation, so the members of the Police Federation, from the rank of constable down to inspector, they have at election, at conference, they vote for their representative. And that is where the president or the chairman of the federation is selected. I don't understand this, how the existing or the new executive is saying that they had an election and a new chairman was selected. What kind of election is that? I don't understand. I don't understand. But what I find, strange is that viewers and listeners will recall that Corporal James was defending his membership when the police high command decided to take action against him. That matter is still before the court, right? It wasn't that he was outside there doing or committed any breach of discipline, on his own. No, it was not like that. He was there defending his members, and they decided to strangle him. And one would expect that when you are defending your members, then your members will rally behind you. But the unceremonious departure of the chairman, yes, and how he was replaced, raises some questions. Yes, we are wondering if that election that they are talking about, if it was really a legitimate election. Yes, we are. I am wondering if that was as I said, a legitimate election, or it was a fake. Yes. When it is not good to see when your leader is out there defending his members, and other members of the organization gang up against the leader in order to take position for themselves. That kind of leadership is not acceptable at all. No, not acceptable. And it's not something that we should applaud. No, we should not. We should be opposed to that. And Rebel Radio is trying to get some, I'm really trying to get hold of the former chairman, yes, to find out, what is to get his side of the story, right? Later on this evening, we are going to be talking with Mr. Herwin Clear. Yes. And for those of us who don't know who is Mr. Clear, Herwin, you know, well known to Jamaica and Jamaicans, President of the Caribbean Immigrant Services. Yes, and what we want to discuss, you know, there is a bill was sent to the Congress. They're trying to get a law that will help to curb illegal guns into the Caribbean from the United States. Yes. A new bill was introduced to the House last week. We want to discuss that because, as you know, we have been talking about this for years now, that we need the assistance of the U.S. government to stop the flow of illegal guns into the Caribbean. We in Jamaica, we have been, you know, suffering from that. Over 1,000 murders for the last 21 years, every year for the last 21 years. Yes, and the killings, the gun crimes in the Caribbean. Yes, too much for the Caribbean. And we don't manufacture guns. So those illegal guns which are in the hands of criminals all over the Caribbean, we would like some assistance to stop them from coming over to us. And so this bill, hopefully, it will be given the green light so that we can put the brakes there. Yes, because we really need to stop the bloodletting. It is too much for us. As you know, this evening, today is Wednesday, so we'll be talking about food security. You know, we have to do whatever is possible in order to be able to feed ourselves. Yes, we have to do that. And so we'll be talking to the president of the Jamaica Agricultural Society. Yes, a little later, in order for us to, as I said, discuss ways how we must and what steps we must take to ensure that Jamaica continue to be in a position to feed itself. We have to do that. We must do that. Right now, we are facing a challenge, a very big challenge. And that is what we must do in order to reduce our spending on food imports. It is costing over $1 billion US. Yes, that is the amount of money that we are spending to import food into the country. Yes, really, really, really worrisome. Yes, very worrisome, and we have to do whatever we can to reduce that cost. Yes, it is very important for us to do that. Yes, the situation, the bloody situation in Gaza continues. Yes. Just yesterday, there was this is happening when hundreds of thousands are facing starvation. Yes, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, children, elderly, and adults facing starvation, health problems. For the last 3 weeks, the Israelis have been bombing an hospital there. Yes, that hospital now has been totally demolished. It can no longer take and treat patients. That is the nature of the situation we have now in Gaza. And there are no indications, none whatsoever, that the government is going to stop. We know that, for example, that the United Nations has called for the bombing, cessation of the bombings, immediate ceasefire. But the bombings continue. And as I said, there are no indications that.
Hello?
Yes, Brother Lucius.
Yes, sir.
Well, I hope you had a peaceful Easter holiday.
I have a modest man in many ways, so now feast it is modest.
Let us have a discussion about some of the latest news. What is happening in the country and abroad? As you know, the bombings continue in Israel. We in Jamaica, we continue. Our road fatalities and the murders continue. Life continue to be very challenging for us in Jamaica. And as we said, as we look around, we see other happenings around the world. What are some of the latest things on your mind?
Well, sorry. One of the things I am very, very worried about is what we see is happening in Parliament, where all the conventional rules and practices which are in keeping with the Constitution,
yes,
are being overruled, sidestepped, and circumvented, so as to put everything through the Speaker and their committees in contravention to the Constitution, in saying that, these are in keeping with the laws.
Yes.
But everyone ought to know that where a law does not agree with the Constitution, it is the Constitution that is supreme.
Yes, sir.
And consequently, the system whether they find law or they make laws which are in definite contravention to the Constitution, and then saying that the Auditor General must conform with their laws in order to have her report seen by Parliament. It is illegal, it's unconstitutional, And these are the creeping steps being taken to establish an authoritarian, totalitarian state.
Yes.
We cannot put up with it. And people must understand that any individual or group of individuals who are prepared to take the powers which the Constitution gives, but they refuse to be restrained by the constraints placed by the Constitution. Such persons are dangerous and are totalitarian in their objectives.
Yes.
And we must be aware. We have seen the many assaults that have been made with how this state of public emergency is utilized. And you get this sort of, as a matter of fact, the amount of time that the courts have to intervene to try and keep people inside the Constitution. We supposed to see the signs and take heed and make sure that those people do not wipe out our rights which are provided in the existing Constitution. I am saying without fear of successful contradiction that unless we protect the existing Constitution vigorously, one morning somebody is going to tell you that the new laws that they have passed is different, and it is their laws that are in force. So I strongly suggest that people pay attention and demand that our Constitution be properly observed. So one of the things I am concerned, I hear some people who I don't think take time to understand our Constitution keep saying that they want constitutional change, they want they don't want an elected Senate. They don't want a selected Senate. They want an elected Senate.
Yes.
No.
I want to tell you, hold on here, Lucius. Just hold on to your point there. We are going to take a break. This is Rebel Radio. Let's go for a break.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insects and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do done by JPS, and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops is mother and JPS. JPS has efficient idea.
Idea what?
Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you, so them just can give you your information.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
Come join us for Caymanas Community Recycling Day. Caymanas Park, in association with the Recycling Partners of Jamaica, will host a plastic collection drive on March 17 from 1 to 5 p.m. at Caymanas Park. Come out and drop off your PET and HDPE plastics for recycling and earn rewards. Let's respect our environment and keep it clean. Visit at Caymanas Racing on Instagram or caymanasracing.com for details on how to participate. Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on M-Bet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think Tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and yes. So, Lucy, you were making the point.
Yes.
Yes.
The point I'm trying to make is that in an elected Senate, you could have a situation where one party could have all the seats are certainly in excess of 2/3 of the number of seats in the upper house, which means that party, by using its majority, could easily remove even entrenched protections that exist in the existing constitution. Now, the present arrangement of the elected Senate,
of
the selected Senate, it protects against that danger because the 13 to 8 ensures that at least someone from the opposing party has to join along with the government in order to get the 2/3 majority, which is required to alter the entrenched areas in our constitution. Now, we must not take these things lightly because the consequences can be horrendous.
But couldn't we in the electoral process make it be compulsory that one side cannot elect more than 13 members?
No. You can't do that. If you are saying the people are going to be elected, then the people are going to be elected.
Yes.
And whatever the result you get, that is what you have to take.
Okay.
You understand? But these are the kind of things that I would expect the people who have been entrusted to talk about constitutional reform. These are the things that must be brought to the public for discussions so that people can have their input rather than they have their private little conclave and then declare that they have agreed and carry their agreed position, come and tell the people this is what is going to happen.
Yeah, but I am saying that couldn't it be that as part of the electoral process that only 13 one party can only elect 13 seats and the other party must elect 8 seats? Could that be a rule?
Well, it's definitely worth thinking about and discuss, because the principle, once you, in my opinion, once you start talking about election, then it's a simple matter of the majority of those who support one side or the other. But these are one of the things that I would definitely like to see involved in a constitutional reform is that the monopoly position that for prosecution, which the DPP enjoys.
Yes.
I think that position needs to be altered. In my opinion, the prosecution, any prosecution initiated by the Integrity Commission or the Auditor General, any prosecution initiated by them should not be subjected to being capable of being overruled by the DPP, because the Constitution gives that monopoly right to the DPP, who can stop any criminal proceeding at any stage the DPP chooses, and nobody has anything or can do anything about it. And I am of the opinion, if we take fighting corruption seriously, we should never have a situation where, whether it's the Integrity Commission or someone representing that institution, initiates a prosecution and it can be subjected to the overriding discretion of the DPP.
Yes.
And another thing that I would love to see introduced formally in the Constitution is that any public officer who fail to fulfill the requirements of the Integrity Commission is given 90 days in which to meet that criterion, and failing which they will be suspended without pay until such time. And if a resolution cannot be had within a further 6 months, they'll be automatically removed from office. We cannot tolerate and have a situation where there is this apparent deadlock between the Integrity Commission and the Prime Minister concerning his annual report. And you've gone 2 years running into a third year in which his Integrity Commission report has not met the approval of the Integrity Commission. And there is nothing that anybody seems capable of doing within the existing framework. So these are things that are very, very important if we are serious about integrity and accountability. We cannot allow these things to continue because it is a farce, the situation that exists with the Integrity Commission, where they have been hobbled and muzzled and cannot effectively do the duty of monitoring the integrity of people involved in the system.
Yeah. And the other thing, Lush, is that it is clear that what you are saying there is part of what must be done in order to restore trust in the system. Because because
and I tell you, the impact of the distrust is highly responsible for the electoral apathy in which a lot of people have given up on the system.
Yes, sir.
And consequently, what you have is a minority rule that is masquerading as strong mandate. They have a strong mandate in terms of the number of seats, but a distinct minority when you're talking that the 21%, only 21% of the electorate are those eligible for participation in the system. Only 21% support the government and only 16% support the opposition.
Well,
but they have the total power.
What we have in Jamaica now is we can't say that the government is elected by the majority of registered voters.
Definitely not even nearly so.
What we have is that the government is being elected by its partisan party base.
And I tell you, as fewer people participate, it becomes more economically feasible for them to buy the votes of those who they require in order to get their landslide majorities. And with that landslide majority, which can exceed 2/3, they are able to change the Constitution itself and then use their illegal power to make it legal and thereby endangering our safety and democracy as we know it.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Democracy like muscles, if you don't use those powers to protect it, you're going to lose it in time. And we have seen the signs, and they have not even tried to conceal the fact of the intent to suppress and abridge and abrogate our rights under the Constitution in the pretense of offering you security.
Yes. Now, for another thing, that there are some outstanding issues which needs immediate attention. And what we at Rebel Radio are saying is that the opposition leader, if he wins the next election, one of the things that we want him to understand, that there is no honeymoon. There are some issues which must be given immediate attention. For example, one, we want the election date for national and local government elections to be fixed.
Right.
Right. We also want the office of political ombudsman to be protected by the Constitution. Right now, it has been put along with the Electoral Commission. We want that to be removed.
And that is a marriage of convenience.
Yes.
Because of the comfort they have with the person who they have selected.
Yes, we want that.
It does not serve the country well.
Yes.
And if you see the performance of the electoral office in that little local government election, I wonder how anybody in their sane mind could choose to add more responsibility to that office, especially occupied by the present incumbent.
Yes.
But these are things, and as we're talking about matters of urgency, one of the most urgent matters, in my opinion, is that our national budget must be a reflection of government's intention, but how it's going to get its revenue and how it is going to spend it. What we have now is a farce in which what is supposed to be a budget exercise is just merely a period in which the speaker spin up, the person or spokesperson use maybe 15 or 20 minutes bigging up family members and who to tell thanks for them being there, and you end up with situation where important matters are not introduced at all. If you look at the Minister of Finance spoke for a total of nearly 10 hours in total, and we didn't get anything sensible coming and telling us about SSL and its thunder of the people's money, and you don't get any explanation of how or what the government intends to do with the 45 billion of public assets that they intend to sell, and not telling us who they are going to sell it to and at what price. And the end product is that national assets, our revenue, are going to be squandered, getting from where their cronies will be purchasing that deal. And guess what? We will not be getting, or anybody can tell, because you're talking a one-off deal where they intend to give away a certain amount of that money. What is required in our budget, especially our national budget, which does not show investment seriously in the physical infrastructure and personnel to ensure that our schools, especially at primary, pre-primary, do not have this overcrowded class situation where one teacher has 40 and 50 students, and you end up with a conveyor belt system where children that can't read are put on the conveyor and go through both elementary school, primary school, and go through the secondary system where nearly 30% of them cannot read. You must reduce the student to teacher ratio, and that can't happen by accident. It must be planned and paid for. We have the money, but we choose not to prioritize in investing in the people's education and the people's health, while we are boasting that we are better off than countries because our debt to GDP ratio is below them, while our per capita income is weak and our purchasing power is weaker because we cannot produce and produce efficiently. And of course, the weaker your education system is, the higher the percentage of people who will be able to meaningfully participate in the economy, because they can't. Muscles is almost redundant as a factor in production, and people who are not trained in order to utilize modern equipment and technology are mere consumers, and consequently what we see is being manifested like in our trade figures, where for every $1 we export, we import $5. So as the trade deficit widens, so it weakens our capacity to even hold our own market share. And consequently, most of what you will meet in your market will be imported goods, which we cannot compete against because we have an under-trained workforce. And of course, we are not doing anything about it because we refuse to even allocate funds properly, that Statin can gather a proper census so that they can know where the population are located, so you know where to build the schools and what size schools to build. And all of these things go into the wasteful thing of time where we talk and beat this when we're supposed to be hammering out principles in our budget. We go through a meaningless exercise. You can imagine the government in 2023 announced fare increases to the bus people. One percentage, and come the 1st of April this year, they're supposed to get the other end of the increase. And what happened? Come the 1st of April. Now remember, the budget itself was read in March of this year, and come April, they are telling them that it has to be deferred. Now, what kind of exercise went into the budget that was read that did not know that they had that as an expenditure that they were committed to do? And this is the kind of meaningless exercise when you have a budget in which you have announcement and re-announcement and re-announcement of announcement, but not meaningful numbers that really reflect intent. You pass a budget.
The BOJ said that the current inflation rate is driven by the increase that the government gave to the taxi the public transportation operators.
Yes, as well it might, but guess what happened? But they are not the only or the major cause of the inflation. Transportation in the national budget is maybe about 12.6%.
Yes.
Food and drink is about 35%. But only the transportation where they are telling them so they can't give them the increase. Is the disorganized or unorganized people, mostly black, are totally black, that their situation, they tell them that they are not giving them a increase. Can they tell the food and drink people or the hotel people or anybody else that they can't adjust their fares or their fees?
No, they can't.
Look, the same Bank of Jamaica is telling you that they're going to regulate the situation with the banks as far as the vending machine and things is concerned. And you notice what was at the forefront of their announcement? That there will be no sanction, there will be no financial sanction.
No.
So whether they comply or they don't comply, it will have no impact on them.
No.
And consequently, it is a charade to announce that they are going to regulate. If you are going to regulate in which you have no possible sanction, especially financial sanction for institutions that dealing with money, then what is the reason for them to comply? And all of these things are happening when you look at who are the beneficiaries of the rules that are being made and enforced against who are the sufferers. When proper rules are not made, you recognize that it is the same insidious bunch that controls the financial system, also control the means of regulating it. Because going back to the SSL situation, the record is clear that for years that institution was, in the words of the SSC itself, they were habitual, perpetual delinquents in keeping up with the rules. Yet their licenses were never removed until when they was then supposedly transferred to BOJ. Some of the prominent beneficiaries of the association with that institution clearly had their input extracted prior to the collapse. So altogether,
yes, Luz, we are running out of time now, so wind up.
Right. Well, in principle, there are needs for changes to our constitution, but we need to shout out loud and clear the changes that we need, rather than allow people who have threatened to remove our rights for them to collude with others and write a document which will strip us of the protections that we have.
Yes. Well, Luce, we have to keep fighting for these things because they are fundamental and we can't lose them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time.
Blessings to you.
Yes, and to be continued, yes. That was public commentator Lucius White. Yes, and you heard him. We were talking about what needs to be done in order to protect our constitutional rights. Yes. And boy, it's a lot. It's a lot, and we must do whatever we can to ensure that these things are protected. So, let us keep up the struggle to ensure that we protect our constitution, protect our rights, because it is our right to protect, and we must do whatever we can to address these issues. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do done by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want them, pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
Pops is modern days. JPS has efficient idea. Customer service. All about the phone. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 30182.
Then how them get me new number? And all them know is me.
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just can give you your information.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for young people.
Join us for Caymanas Community Recycling Day. Caymanas Park, in association with Recycling Partners of Jamaica, will host a plastic collection drive on March 17 from 1 to 5 p.m. at Caymanas Park. Come out and drop off your PET and HDPE plastics for recycling and earn rewards. Let's respect our environment and keep it clean. Visit at Caymanas Racing on Instagram or caymanasracing.com for details on how to participate.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are going to go over to the United States now. Yes, and we have with us the President of the Caribbean Immigrant Services, Mr. Herwin Clare. And as I indicated earlier on, we are going to be discussing a number of important things for you, our listeners and viewers. Good afternoon, Erwin. How are you?
Good afternoon, Desmond, and to your listeners and those who listen to this platform and partake.
Sir. Right. Thank you very much for taking time out. Yes. No, what is happening in the Caribbean Immigrant Services, Erwin? Are more Jamaicans getting the opportunity, Caribbean people, to go to the United States?
Well, that's not the aspect from whence we provide services. We do not solicit or engage or encourage persons to migrate. That's a decision on the individual. Yeah. We deal with persons who are here who for some reason need additional immigration services to regularize themselves, meaning that gain permanent residencies, or those who are here who have had their green cards and we impress on them to become citizens. We facilitate those processes. But one of the things that I like to highlight that we see, we get calls on quite a few times, even though we do not do those type of processing here, we pass on to those who do. And that is significant amount of Jamaicans entering the United States through the borders via Mexico and being part of that processes of immigrants who are entering the United States, some being bussed into New York, some being bussed into some of these what we call blue states. And when you hear the rationale for them being here is that they're either running from persecution of some sorts, and many times it has to do with a sexual nature.
Wow.
You'll find that many people represent themselves, and I say that guardedly, as being victims of homosexual, because they themselves are homosexuals. They are victims of such, or they're running away from areas that are crime-ridden, and for whatever reasons they can't go back. But another interesting dilemma to that is that when you hear of the monies being spent, Desmond, to make that treacherous trek, one has to wonder, there must be some serious issues in Jamaica taking place, while one would spend near upwards of $10,000 to run the risk of going through deserts and swamps and all of that to come to the United States. I don't know. It puts a black eye on Jamaica, I would say.
But one thing I must point out, Erwin, that I am not aware, and I invite people who are aware of this to tell me. I am not aware of no movement, whether official or unofficial, in Jamaica, persecuting homosexuals. No, that don't exist in Jamaica, right?
And that's the argument, because you see, if one is to claim asylum, Desmond, Jamaica and the United States, there's no asylee situations related to the United States. So that would only be the only situation that would be open to these individuals. So these are the claims that they make, that they're facing sexual persecution as a result of their homosexual situations, or they're coming from violence-stricken areas where because of threats on their lives they can't go back. And these are the two primary reasons we'd hear from people coming in.
Well, we know we have violence in Jamaica, but I want to tell you something, that claim about they are coming from communities, violent-prone communities, and they are being threatened with violence. That too is not true. Because let me tell you something that has changed in Jamaica. Years ago, homosexuals would not be entertained in where you call like the ghetto communities, right?
Yes.
But let me tell you something, that has changed, because homosexual behavior is prevalent in all areas, and there is no move that I'm aware of where people are using violence against homosexuals in their communities and threaten to kill them so that they have to leave the community. That is also propaganda.
Yes. Well, you see, that's part of the mission. That's part of the stories being told by these individuals.
Yes.
They will at some point have to face their day in court to substantiate those claims, Desmond. And so, when we even get calls at that, respectfully speaking, we decline to even give any advice or support on that, because that's just not in our wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And, we understand what is happening. Let's not kid ourselves. We know what's going on here.
Yeah. We also, I am also aware, though, that the illegal trafficking, for example, I am aware that in one of the Mid-Island parishes, one of the port in Clarendon, where I understand is being used to take people to Bahamas and on their way to Mexico and other places where they are used as
into the US. Yeah.
Yes, I understand. I understand that is also on the increase. Yes.
Yes, and those people, the rationale they use is what we just discussed. You see, because that's the only way they could initially get any opportunity to enter the United States, by making those claims.
Okay.
You know, they can't just say they want to come to the United States to work, because then they'll be not be given the privileges as they would have for the claim that they make. Yes. Right. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because, you know, it places legal immigration too also at risk, you know, and so we just have to wait to see how this thing plays out.
Yes, of course. Now, the other thing that I see that is very important to the Caribbean people is that law, that bill which has been introduced today in the House, that will curb the illegal importation of guns into the Caribbean if it is given the green light. And I sincerely hope that is allowed to go through, because as you know, gun crimes in the Caribbean very high, and we have been asking for assistance from United States to help to curb the illegal flow of guns. So without
that has been, you know, in my former years of more active lobbying and advocacy, that has been a subject area, you know, that was championed by many persons like retired Una Clark, who now resides in Jamaica, still today by her daughter Yvette Clark, many other politicians, local and others here in our community, trying to impress on our local elected officials about the fact that guns have overwhelmed our nation and we do not have a gun factory in Jamaica. They are coming through our borders, and, you know, especially the ones that hinders on the United States, and what can be done to do so. I remember back in the day, Charlie Rangel, and people like Maxine Waters. These are advocates at the forefront. But we must understand something here and understand the realities, because even this bill here, which is called the Catch Act, which actually stands for Caribbean Arms Trafficking Causes Harm, you know, which is being championed primarily by a Haitian House of Representatives out of Florida, along with Senators Murphy and Kane, and does have some bipartisan support, which means there are one or two Republicans in it, is actually a hybrid to another bill that was passed back, I think, in 2022, which is the Safer Communities Act.
Yes.
And what this particular act will do, Desmond, as you probably know, is that if it becomes law, it will require reporting and transparency by the Justice Department in the full use of making these situations a federal crime.
Yes.
Now, listen to this now. With all of this, though, understand where this bill is coming, the atmosphere and the environment in which this bill is coming. This bill is coming at a time when there's so much toxicity within the halls of Congress, you know, where there's a plurality and there is a division between red states and blue states, between MAGA forces, Democrats and Republicans, where there's hardly any true bipartisan support for any meaningful activity, coupled with those persons who consider themselves Second Amendment rightists, that anything to do with the inclination of any kind of gun restrictions, whether it is taking guns out of a madman hand that will kill their own children, they will stop. You know, I don't want to say it's dead on arrival, but I'm just saying that it's going to be a surmountable mountain to cross.
Yes.
You know, it will take a lot of effort, but I think credit has to be given to those elected officials who continues to put bills in place that seeks to improve the lives of people.
Yes, of course, that is welcome. But you put your finger on a very thorny issue there, Erwin, because outside, as a Jamaican, one of the things that I have been asking myself, when I look at the number of mass shootings in the United States, and especially in schools, right?
And nothing has happened.
And nothing has happened. You know.
There you go.
Yes.
I have to say our own, because I have children born here.
Yes.
Our own children.
Yes.
Our own children.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
So anything to that gives a smell that boy is gonna take away in their mind, take away rights, whatever. You have a very prolific, potent gun lobby.
Yes.
And you also have persons in MAGA world and the Republican side who will not move on any initiatives.
Yes.
Even to save their own lives.
No.
Which is mind-boggling.
No, it's mind-boggling, Erwin, because when you look at
and the part, and you know, sorry to cut you, Desmond, there is a consensus for sensible gun legislation, you know.
Yes.
There is a consensus, but because the politicians are in the armpits of the gun lobby and those who have a MAGA control in this country, they will not make the move.
Yes.
You know, anyone who pushes themselves out to make a move on that, the gun lobby comes at that, and they're primaried, meaning that they have persons to run against.
Of course.
You know, so you find that remains a challenge. However, though,
yes.
I think there's some low-hanging fruits that we can look at, because one of the statistics indicate that most of the guns enter into the Caribbean, and you know, Haiti, you know, the silver lining with Haiti is that the guns that are down in Haiti causing issues come from America, and I think that is something that is causing when we say the pulse to rise here, because Haiti, you know, when Haiti has an uprising, more people flood into South Florida, and that is why you find that there's probably a lot of interest coming from people like the congresspersons down there, and even states congresspersons and states and senators. The situation though is that the statistics have indicated that a lot of the guns, the port from whence they're coming out of, is primarily most out of Florida.
Okay.
So if we know that, then I think there has to be some concentrated effort to see what are some of the things that one could do as we call low-hanging fruits to help to mitigate some of these things. Because outside of that, you're going after straw buyers, you're going after persons who are selling guns. That's where the Second Amendment right is going to jump up and say, hell no. Mm-hmm. You understand me? Because guns is big business.
No, yeah, that is it. That is a big business in the United States, and therefore,
yes.
And that is one of the things that I always look at. I said, well, this is a big business, and what America is going to say is that, but no, you want us to choke our business. And that when you do that, when you choke businesses, that has an economic impact, and I'm sure. But one would have considered that lives are so important.
Yes.
That everything will be done to protect lives. But clearly, when it comes down to the control of guns in America, I don't.
It's a misnomer. It's a misnomer.
Yes.
You know, because if Sandy Hook didn't teach us anything, we're little children. That didn't teach us, and still that people would even deny that it took place.
Yes.
You understand me? And that's the extent to which these folks will go. So again, I go back to this. I think it's good. I have to say kudos to our ambassador here in the United States, R.J. Marks, and our folks who have, you know, reached out to the community to go out and lobby. But you know, one has to look at it in a practical sense, because it's an election season. It's kind of right. It's kind of the time when, and because it's a wedge issue, Desmond. These are things sometimes from a strategic standpoint that you don't bring into into election season. Because it causes consternation.
Yes.
You see, and the lines are drawn, and that's why I'm not one of those who are optimistic. I want to be, but then if I'm looking at the tea leaves and then I look at what's taking place in the scheme of things and the importance of things, this is not one thing that is going to jump up and cause anybody in Congress to say, let's get it done. I know the Haitian situation will give it life. Yes. Because it's of major concern, and that may be the glimmer of hope right there.
And that question of the Asian situation, what have you picked up on in the ground? The Asians, that the United States don't have a good track record in Haiti at all. And
agreed.
Yes.
And the irony is that Haiti needs the United States. That's the irony.
Yes.
Because a lot of its population is here. A lot of its population make their money here. A lot of its population have their children born here. So they do need the United States.
Yes.
So regardless of the history and regardless of the track record. And what's interesting here is that if I walk on the street and I speak to 4 Haitians, I get 4 different perspectives.
Okay.
And that in itself is part of the consternation. Because I don't know what is the united front. I don't know which is the angle from whence or which team I should be on.
Yes.
And I think that has also helped to dilute or not cause the kind of coalition necessary. Because a group over here amasses and start doing something else happens on the other side. So there's not and I'm speaking from a layperson now. I'm not an authority in the subject, and I have quite a few friends there, and I speak to them and I get different opinions.
Yes.
So that is also part of the challenge, that any team that is now working to get some resolution in Haiti will be faced with.
Yes.
It's not going to be you're going to go in with certain people, and you're going to have to realize is that you're going to go in with the bus not full. Empty seats.
Yes.
But the bus have to go in, but the bus have to move.
Yes. Erwin, one of the things that I have always interests me is the level of gun violence in black communities. So, for example, some years ago I was looking at what was happening in places like Chicago. Now these days, what is happening what is the level of violence in black communities? Is it still high, or
In certain sectors, drugs have a lot to do with it too, Desmond, because there's a protection mechanism to protect your trade.
Yes.
And then there's also the infiltration of guns into certain communities to keep them in that manner, speaking, because within that realm, business is being transacted, and they're those not necessarily of the black community, but externally from those type of situations.
Yes.
And it could range from real estate, could range from the type of businesses, could raise all and sundry. And so I think though over the years we have seen improvements, areas that have been I usually associate gentrification with another class situation, but I use gentrification here. We have seen some gentrifications involving our people, because gentrification has not been a positive for most black people, because gentrification it means that black people are being moved out. But we have seen some changes, Desmond. Is enough. Like Jamaica, crime and violence sometimes get displaced from the front page, because it's either we've become what they call now fatigued by it. Just because you don't see it on the front page anymore, don't mean it's not happening.
Yes.
It's happening. And we have to be very careful about that, because because even this political season, crime is being used as another wedge issue and to be sensationalized. But the statistics in the United States have shown a downward spiral of gun crimes and crimes in general.
Yes.
That's a fact. That's what the statistics. I mean, it's not anecdotal. It's statistical. The statistics, the facts bear for itself. So although there are those who will pull out a sensational crime and run with it, as we see in the political sphere today, large and in part crime and violence is down in many of the major cities.
Right.
Is it down enough? No, it's not. But it's that is the trajectory that we see taking place.
That's very good news. That's very good news. And when it comes on to blacks, are you seeing mobility in the our black brothers and sisters? In other words, are they able? Have you seen signs where they are moving up the economic and social ladder?
Without a doubt. The Obama era would have ushered in quite a few. Yeah. There were a few who were disillusioned too. Let's not get up there. Those who would have expected more, and their illusionment were not realized. But the point here is that and I can speak more. We exist as a Caribbean community within the black diaspora. Yeah. Caribbean people have always had a higher level of what we say expectations of themselves to do well and by others. All right, and they continue to do so. Have we seen fallouts? Yes, we have seen fallouts, but we have some very positive nuggets that we could point to and show progress. I think that the understanding, Desmond, that I came here to the United States, my mother's expectation or what she does in life was to make my state better. She passed it on to me. That's what I do to make my children's life better and they to be better than I. Yes. That's how we still see that happening. Okay. When you look at housing today and in certain communities, Jamaican and Caribbean nationals are maintaining the housing stock in many areas. The business, if we should go to Brooklyn and pull out Caribbean people out of Brooklyn in certain areas, you'd have a pall on the economic activities. Okay. So we're in strategic position, and not only in business and academia, and on the front line of making changes on the world of research and development, and so we continue to smash the glass ceiling. Yes. And there's a lot of work to be done. Right. But again, though, something that has been elusive for us is that the fact that we now control the block, we somehow have not managed to put our dots together and our ducks in the pond and have that kind of collective spirit where we can exercise true political potency, because it is true political potency that we not only leverage and harness but protect our economic livelihoods. Yes. If we don't have that, then it always remains fragile. It always remains fragile, and so that is something that the realization, as somewhat in my estimation, has somewhat stalled. We especially in the Jamaican community, we don't have that level of aggressive activism and lobby as we used to have it. Okay. But then again, you look into the world today, Desmond, where in the virtual world people sit at their phones and make multinational decisions. So I guess it's a click and play. The revolution is.
Well,
it's a difference,
Yes. Erwin, I want to thank you very much for your time, and just want to urge you to keep up your good work. You have been doing this for decades and continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Clare.
You're quite welcome, and before just to let your listeners know that this year, something very passionate to me with Desmond, Team Jamaica because celebrates 30 years of providing services to our athletes' welfare. Okay. We pride ourselves in the largest external group affecting sports in Jamaica.
Of course, sir. The pen relays. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. That was Mr. Erwin Clare, President of the Caribbean Immigrant Services. And he's brought us up to date on what is happening in the United States and what he's doing over there. Well, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dress up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
Pops is modern days. JP's has sufficient idea.
Idea what?
Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 30184.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where them Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for no young people.
Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on M-Bet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
It's Tools Hardware and Supplies New Year New Finishes Sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
back to Rebel Radio. Yes. And as I indicated earlier on, that there has been some changes at the Police Federation. And we saw where the former president, the president, as you know, was on interdiction because he was interdicted by the then commissioner, former commissioner, for defending his members. Remember what happened? He challenged and accused the police high command of not paying rank and file members for overtime. And he was very strong on that point. And he was interdicted. Now we saw where there has been elections and he has been voted out. But we don't understand the elections. I have with me retired Assistant Commissioner of Police, Derek Cottrey. Hi, Derek. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, Desmond Morel, sir. Hope I find you well.
Yes, I am supposed.
Good afternoon to your listeners.
Yes, I am supposed to be well. Yes, as I was saying, I don't understand, based on what I know, that the election of officers of the Federation is done at the annual conference. That is where those elections take place, where the rank and file members from constable to inspector elect their members, including the president. Now, it would appear as if this has changed.
Well, what I know, Desmond, and you would know very well too, that the Police Federation, its whole constitution and configuration, is a creature of the law.
Yes.
It's a creature of the Constabulary Force Act. And that sets out in very clear and concise ways how various ranks are represented. I must tell our listeners that if Federation represent members of the police force from constable to inspector, right?
Right.
The JCF Act sets out how the various boards are elected, the branch boards, the constable branch board, the corporal branch board, the sergeant branch board, the inspector branch board. And these boards are elected in conjunction with the law. And the board members, they go up to annual conference each year. A chairman of the federation, and that effectively runs the federation. Yes. So it's a creature of the law, and I don't know what is happening in terms of what has happened to the former chairman, Mr. James, who was interdicted from the force, and what the law says in terms of his reinstatement, or how his
well,
if the law is silent on that,
there are
court action going forward.
He has a matter that is still before the court, but what as you indicated is how this election, how was he removed as chairman? Because as you know that the elections are held at the annual conference. That is where the chairman is elected. I don't understand if the federation can have the federation executive can have an election to elect the chairman. I don't know. I have never seen it done that way.
I know that if you look at the in terms of context, there were some two promotions that really affected the the executive.
I want you to hold it there for me. Hang up because let me call you. Let me just hang up and let me call you back. Yes, we are talking to retired Assistant Commissioner Derek Cottrey. Yes. And we're just trying to get a good telephone line. The line there is going in and out. So we're trying to get him on another line where they can have a clear transmission. Yes, Mr. Cochran, back with you.
Yeah.
Yes. So you are making the point. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I believe a member was promoted sergeant.
Yes.
And two members were promoted.
Yes.
So once persons are promoted, that would affect how the board is, how the executive is constituted.
Yes.
You would have to have new members to fill those vacancies because of promotion. What I'm reading from the press and what I'm picking up, maybe like you, is that Mr. James has taken the High Command to court for contempt of court in terms of the way they are not are the slow way in which they are enacting the overtime payment for members, which is the court has given that direction that should be done.
Right.
Yeah. So and then it set about a whole firestorm of events that started off with charges and counter charges and cases, and I'm hoping maneuvering that has happened. That we have now a new executive with a new chairperson. I don't know if I should say chairperson or chairman. So I have to be very careful in these instances in terms of gender and neutrality.
Okay, I think it's a woman who has taken over the chairmanship.
Yes, but she's a chairman. Mm-hmm. So, DK and your listeners, I'm not so off faith with how the law operates in this situation, because this should be maybe groundbreaking situation, because I don't think we have been here before.
No, I don't recall this happening before.
No, I don't recall it happening before.
But my concern is that when what happened to Corporal James,
yes,
is that he was defending his members.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like he was out there and frolicking on his own.
Mm-hmm.
No, what he was interdicted for was because of the speech he made,
mm-hmm,
and accusing the police high command of dragging its feet and the payment of overtime work to his members.
Yes.
Right. So therefore, what I would expect is that the leadership of the Federation would stand by him.
Yes.
If changes are to be made, then they would follow the rules,
mm-hmm,
and they would stand by their colleague who was defending them when he was charged. To go around him like that, it is not a good sign at all. It doesn't look good.
Yes, and you're right. The Federation is the mouthpiece of the rank and file, and when the chairman or the general secretary, whoever those persons are, they speak. They speak for the whole body,
yes,
of the rank and file.
Yes.
And the Federation is a quasi union, so to speak, that defends the right of its members. Now, something like overtime, I shudder to think, policemen and women, they put themselves in harm's way to serve and protect us. And every cent that they earn that is due to them should be paid to them. Because I would not want to know that I'm out here and I have a demotivated force that should be protecting me as a former member, right? They are not motivated. Their morale are going through the floor because of what is owed to them is not being given to them.
Mm-hmm.
So morale is very important, and I only hope that people can come together and we can really bring some resolution to this.
Yes.
This case, it is testing a lot of laws and a lot of maybe precedents might come out of it, because as I said, I can't recall in my service remembering that we have been I've been here with this situation before.
Yes.
So we are charting new course and we are on new ground. So let us see what the laws and the courts make of it.
Yes, let us see. You would have also seen, still on the police, you would have seen that we're, based on the data, that the murder figures for the first 3 months of this year is lower than 2023, same period. Yes, I see where it has gone down by 12%, but 270 odd murders is still very, very high and far too high.
Yes.
And,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
And I was, early on, I made the point, this Easter weekend was a bloody Easter weekend for Jamaica, as has been the case over several weeks. It's not that this was the bloodiest of weekends, because, right. But the situation is still way out of control, Katri.
You're right. And the criminals seem to have the wherewithal to turn it up and turn it down as they see fit. You know, and we have to give our new commissioner all the support we can give him, and give Team Jamaica Constabulary Force all the support we can give them, because they have their onerous responsibility of policing this country and protecting us from internal threat, which is one of the greatest threats now, is gangs and crime and the violence that they unleash on us as a country. And the JCF, they are holding that last line between Jamaica remaining a peaceful, democratic country, or if that line is breached, we descend into the abyss of criminality akin to what is happening to our neighbors to the north. So we have to give all the support to Team JCF and hope that they can find the right operational strategies to really beat back these criminal elements. And there were some bright spots last year where those gangs were brought to the books, and gang members. We need to replicate that several times over, because we have over 200 gangs operating right the length and breadth of Jamaica. So, I mean, we have to really give them all the support, and, you know, those that we criticize, but we have to criticize with some balance, and hope that they can find, as I said earlier, the operational strategies to really beat back the perpetrators of crime and criminality.
Yes, and one of the things that the new commissioner will have to deal with is the relationship between the police and the public. Too regular I see on social media where police and civilians are fighting, right? There's one case 2 weeks ago where the police went to arrest a man in Westmoreland, and that turned out to be a fight, right? Then the allegations of police atrocities continues. In Old Harbour last week, there were, demonstrations. The police shootings. One of the things that I would like to hear from the police, what has happened to the killing of that schoolboy on Whitehall Avenue last year? What has happened? That 12-year-old boy. The police said that he was a gunman. That's what the official police line said.
Yes.
But the people said nothing like that, and we have heard nothing further from the police. We want to hear how those things go. So the new commissioner, as I said, That is one of his tasks, because, as you know, the police will have to work with the people. The closer that relation is the better it is for crime fighting.
And you're so right, DK. You know, when you listen to the narratives, when we have these impasse between the police and the citizens and situation, there's one version from the police and one version from the citizens who are affected. And sometimes you wonder which one is right.
Yes.
But you know, the force of the they are going and getting there, and I believe Commissioner Baker is up there right there. He's a technology man at heart, and those body-worn cameras, you know, that is the solution to the problem.
Yeah.
You know, so when you're carrying out operation, you're recording what is happening.
Yes, of course.
And this is these are standard procedures for first world countries and police force that in the first world. And if the JCF is in a transformational process, we must transform very, very quickly to that best practice,
yes,
where body-worn cameras become part of the course as police carry out their operation.
Yes.
So we can get to the truth, what really transpired in situations like these.
Yes, those cameras will help the situation significantly, because it will bring out the truth. So when people say, when you get the versions,
yeah,
you will see the what actually happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and therefore it will help to remove the doubts and, you know, the skepticism.
Yes, and it will be about the lowering of hostilities, because persons know that they are being recorded and it can be used for evidentiary purposes. So other person,
yes,
police will act with more decorum, and the citizens will reduce their hostility, because that can be brought in court against them. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win for everybody. But to your second point about the relationship between this police and citizens must be brought to a very good situation, a very good peak, so to speak. It can't be overstated. It can't be said too much. It can't be said too often. The police cannot do it alone, right? You have 14,000 policemen now to 3 million people. You cannot place a policeman in everybody's bedroom. You cannot place a policeman on every street corner. So, you know, we need to get to a stage where the citizens of Jamaica see themselves as a part of the security mechanism and apparatus,
yes,
right? And if you notice, the law gives the private citizens the power of arresting us. Yeah, the private citizens have the power of arrest.
yes,
A lot of people don't know that. But sometimes they are vigilant in their communities, and they take it to the level of being vigilantes,
yes,
right? You see things happening, you can arrest and call the police, right? And you mustn't take and try to tell the police your community, right? Your police in conjunction with the police, and that is where we need to go. And my pet peeve of Brother Richard is that the neighborhood watch repackage it if you don't like the name or its origin. But the more I think about the neighborhood watch, the concept is so pure and workable and plausible, and that is where you start at the community level. Yeah, you start to build relationship with the citizens at the various stations and the district, right? And if each district and community are of the resolve that not in my district, not in my community going to have these criminals, and if all the communities in Jamaica are of that resolution, the criminals will have no place to have support and to hide when their pressures are placed on them in one side of the island, and they migrate to other places and get support and suffer there. If all the communities in Jamaica will rise up and to be one big neighborhood watch, that is how we're going to start this country.
yes,
And we need to educate the people that they have a role to play. You know? All Jamaican, all 3 million of us, we have a role to play. You know, right? again, it's the CCTV, the technology. We need to, whether I have a lot of faith that this commissioner is great, that is as a technology man, is going to put that as a top priority. CCTV in the street lights, when people run the lights, we need to bring back public order in Jamaica. Huh? So when a person goes to pay the driver's license, there's the 2 points there, amount of money there for running a stoplight maybe 2-3 months ago. This is a Jamaica we want, where law and order and public order is brought back to the fore.
Yes, of course. We definitely need that. We definitely need to restore law and enforce law and order in the country. We need that.
And that's the operative word,
yes, we need that. Right.
Because we do not lack laws, you know.
No.
We have a lot of laws, and where we are falling short is with enforcement.
Yes, of course.
Huh?
Yes.
For whatever reason. Right?
Yes.
And maybe the fines are not commensurate with the times, you know. I mean, and we need to continue to review the laws and the fines to make them meaningful to our situation and dispensation. And because there are some fines that are really low, and the police are not really motivated to go and waste time and a care man to cope with the fine $1,000 or whatever.
One of the things that
enforcement must be a part of the whole thing going forward.
Yeah, one of the things that we would like to see too, we want crimes, stiffer penalties for crimes.
Yes.
My take is that, for example, I support the death penalty, and I don't support it as a deterrent. No, I am saying it is a punishment. So I want you to know that when you kill somebody, we are going to catch you, and you are going to be tried. And the punishment of death is going to be meted out to you, because you kill somebody.
Yes.
So your life is gone. Now I know that behind the gallows, that murder might be committed behind the gallows. Yes, but I just want the murderers to know that you are going to be caught and you are going to die.
Yes, Amber Richards, we have discussed this before. I am kind of ambivalent about it, and say, what if you get the wrong man? And we have seen it in a woman. We have seen it in a lot of jurisdictions that persons languish in prison for many, many years, and the evidence was there to prove that they are, especially with the advent of DNA, that they were the wrong persons. So what if that person was tried to murder and hung? The person who committed murder would be the wrong person would have died.
Yes.
But this comes down again to the efficiency and effectiveness of law enforcement.
Yes.
And in terms of law enforcement, when you arrest somebody, it is stuck. It is stuck against the prosecution, because you have to prove that case beyond reasonable doubt, right? And if there's a iota of doubt, it goes in the benefit of the accused.
Yes, of course.
Right? The best case scenario, even when you get a conviction, right? That person has the opportunity to appeal to the local appeal court in Jamaica here, and again to appeal to the Privy Council.
Yes.
You see how much it is, and it is for the prosecution to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Yeah?
Right.
So it's hard on the prosecution.
Yes.
Yes. Very hard on the prosecution.
Right. And
then again, an next facet of it, in terms of our penal system. Our penal system are woefully beyond our world standard.
Yes,
and our recidivism rate is very high.
Yes.
Where our penal system become universities for crime.
Yeah.
So the whole element of rehabilitation is way down on the totem pole. It should be an important facet in terms of crime fighting and public
order.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we have to leave it there today. But as we like to say on Rebel Radio, to be continued.
To be continued, Andy.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Take care.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was retired Assistant Commissioner Derek Cochrane, and we were talking about crime and other social issues. It's time for a break. This is Rebel Radio. Coming up next is food security. Let's take a break.
Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insects and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
See ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steve to carry me. I want to find out how much one pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean? Pops is modern days. JPS has efficient idea. Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 30184.
Then all them get me new number. And all them know is me.
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just can give you your information.
Look when they live, Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God you know young people.
Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on M-Bet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
It's Tools Hardware and Supplies New Year New Finishes Sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room,
porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and it's time for food security. Yes, this is where on Wednesdays we spend some time looking at the agricultural sector. Yes, because we want to ensure that we are in a position to feed ourselves and produce enough so that we can earn and make the sector to a productive place for thousands of our farmers. Yes, we have with us this evening the president of the JAS, Mr. Lenworth Fulton, that's the president of the Jamaica agricultural sector, and farmer and agriculturalist, Mr. Hugh Johnson. The president, in today's Observer, the president made a very strong suggestion, because he's saying that the Jamaica Agricultural Society said that it is not convinced that the government is as interested in the agricultural sector as it tries to portray, and has called for more attention to be paid to the sector if Jamaica food security means anything. Good afternoon, Mr. Fulton. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Good afternoon, President, and good afternoon, Desmond.
Yes, sir.
And to your listeners.
Yes. So, Mr. Fulton, you are saying you want, and this is something that we have discussed. The agricultural sector needs investment. That is one of the thing that is needed. The agricultural sector needs to be transformed. There's no doubt about that. If we are serious about agriculture, if we are serious to make food security serious, then we have to put some interest there. So, that is exactly what you are saying, Mr. Fulton.
Yes.
And we, as we have said on this program, and I have raised it in other forum. What must be done to make the sector more attractive, so that you can have some of the investment equivalent to what the level of investment in the tourism sector, to have that in agriculture. That is what we should have. Yes.
Go ahead, Jesman.
No. So, what has been the response to your statement this morning?
I've never written anything in my life that got the type of a response from not only in Jamaica but across the globe.
Okay.
Today I was, as you all know, I don't hide things. I was at dialysis today because something went wrong yesterday with this system. And I had to turn the phone off.
Yes.
And the amount of people, I get called on every one of them, and on many of the platforms that I might support, because they now see it. You can't have, the last time we do any major transformation of the agricultural sector was when we tried to get land in the hands of people through the land lease program and so on, and cropland program, and it didn't work well because it wasn't well organized.
Yes.
Prior to that, it was in the 40s that the colonial masters built all these canals and build the dam at Ryacobe to make the water, give the water more velocity to flow down on the St. Catherine and Clarendon plains.
Yes.
Nothing more has been done. We agree that National Irrigation Commission has done some work, but majority of their work is just to maintain some systems that were there already.
Yes.
We have great marketing entities like the AMC. It's no longer existing. And we have banks like the People's Cooperative Bank, and we were sold a story in the 80s by foreigners that this cooperative system is a communist-based system, and they mash it up. And we love to mash up things in Jamaica, and we don't know how to fix back nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So we have not made the investment. If you look on the last budget presentation, and I think it was good in many areas except for one area. Agriculture did not get anything out of it. There was a mention of 2 capital expenditures for the Essex Valley Water Program and another one in St. Elizabeth. The Essex Valley Water Project is a grant, began with a grant, a European grant, and that was signed by Roger Clark. And until today, we cannot get not even a quarter water out of that system. So we are not spending any time on agriculture. It produced for us 22% of the workforce. It's 8% of the GDP with primary product. If you add the value added, it's up to about 12-13%. It's performing better in this economy than tourism. And it's time for us to say something. So I think my job as the president of the JS is to use whatever medium possible, and one of which I'm using quite frequently now is to call upon my writing skills to educate the farmers.
Yes.
We do know that both parties will be going to these farmers in an election, and I don't want the farmers to ask anybody for a bag of fertilizer and a bag of chemical and a bag of Irish potato.
No, sir.
We need them to sit down with their representative to say we need a transformation. You use the right word.
Yeah. Yes, we need that. Mr. Johnson, what is yours? What is your take?
As it relates to the article published by President Fulton, I'm in agreement with it. It's on the button, and there's a saying that we normally use: actions speak louder than words. So, if the government is interested in agriculture, in us feeding ourselves and not eating plastic food in chemicals, we need to speak to the law as it is the president has said in that art.
Yeah. Are you there?
Well, I am still here.
I don't know what happened to Mr. Johnson. Seems to have lost him.
Maybe he dropped the call. These things to happen.
Yes. Well, Mr. Fulton, the situation needs, as you said, all the attention we can get. For example, when it comes down to funding, the sector, we're not getting the sector is not getting any funding. No funding at all. Let me try and just hold it there. Let me try and get back Mr. Johnson. We lost him a while ago. Let us try and get him back to see. I don't know why he disappeared. But let me try and get him back online. Yes. Because as we said that we need more attention to the sector. Yes. Mr. Johnson, you are back with us?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
what I was saying was that, sorry about that, inadvertently cutting off. For tourism to do well, a lot of incentive has to be given to that sector.
Yes.
For farming to do well, all we require is a level playing field. And when I say a level playing field, I mean for us to compete with products that are produced in the same manner and not through subsidy. Because these countries that are dumping those goods here, substandard goods here, some of those farmers, they are getting up to 70% subsidy on the cost of production. Mm-hmm. And even as we see where the government is finally putting the death knell in the agriculture industry by removing the GCT on imported goods while keeping our farm input GCT on those items. I think that is gross unfair. It is barbaric, and it begs the question: who is the government facilitating? The suitcase importers or productive engagement of rural economy and the over 250,000 rural farmers who survive on a daily basis from their agricultural pursuit? So I think it's let me not say, but it's unfair, it's unreasonable, it's unwise, and I hate to believe that the people who we have represented, who we have elected to represent us, their sole purpose is to destroy us. It's not on. We believe that there should be some serious reconsideration of those policies, and for us to structure good and reform issue, giving farmers security of tenure on their holdings that they're farming, to treat with proper irrigation or to facilitate irrigation to farmers, to facilitate post-harvest facilities. It's not just by the winds and fancies that people will invest, but people or investors have to see a serious intent on government's part not to move the goalposts as the days move by, but to have a serious policy framework and abide by it, because what I see happening now in the agricultural industry through legislation and even legislators, they are circumventing and breaching the existing few policies that we have. So they have scant regard for our food security, and I would love to be able to have some questions answered by what are we doing to our people? How do we intend to feed our people, and also for economic survival of our rural folk? Those are some of the salient points and questions that I would love to get answered in a meaningful way and a serious way by the administration. And before I can even start thinking that they have the best interest of the country and the farmers at heart. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Fulton, you would have seen where the government has invested or indicated that it is invested over what it is, a billion?
Uh-huh.
You saw that?
The article you sent me?
Yes.
Yes, but all right, remember I have to leave at 4:30.
Yes.
I had a previous engagement.
Okay, all right, yes.
Right. But yes, I saw that then, man. But when you look on it, it's 25 different projects. We'll get some little smithereens from it.
Yes.
If you look on it, there are 25, and it's good, you know. Don't feel that I'm saying we don't appreciate it.
Yes.
But this is just doing a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. So you end up through GSIF to get roughly 25 different projects, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
$1 billion in agriculture is nothing significant.
Yes.
It's not significant in today's world.
Okay.
When you read the same article that I did, you will see that agriculture, in terms of its contribution now to this economy, ranks about third.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the figures I have is 2022. I've had 2023 figures yet from Statin. This sector only get $146 billion in loan.
Yes.
Which is a paltry sum that can't develop nothing. And all our subsectors have serious problems. And Desmond, the problem we are making, we are creating it, that you can't reap if you're not sow, you know.
No.
If we don't replant the cocoa, replant the citrus, replant the banana, the coconut, well, Jamaica is going to be in a serious problem in 10 years' time.
Yes.
And I'm going to do another piece. We are going to get some help to crunch some figures. We presently export, we earn from agriculture $273 million in 2022. I see with investment in 10 years, we could earn anywhere between $1.7 billion and $2 billion from export.
Yes.
Plus suffice in our local market.
Yes.
And we are looking at a macroeconomic picture way up to today, and coming up in this week, you hear people talking about shopping online. What shopping online means is another demand for foreign exchange that we have to earn.
Yes.
So, we see agriculture as one of the areas that can produce raw material to give greater multiplier effect than anything in manufacturing.
Mm. Yes.
And I would like the policymakers to take a real look at how they treat the sector.
Yes, yes. I saw where you also mentioned the whole question again of access to land. You're saying that land, for example, the costs for leasing land moved from $8,000 an acre, and it is now being leased for $20,000 per acre. That is.
Yes, and what for? The land belongs to we the people,
Yes.
How come government take this land, leasing it, that the income will go to place like AIC and other place to pay their expense? This is what caused the rebellion with Paul Bogle and these guys, You overtax them on the land and they march.
Yes.
We are going right back there.
But I mean, it's difficult for farmers to find $20,000 to lease land over.
Yes, there's man, and no improvement in the farm road, no power supply given to them if they want to do anything. Mm-hmm. Nothing. You just look on this land that is given to you by the crown, the Englishman, and you take it and start move up the money for your farmers. If you move up anything from 8,000, the percentage I think is 168%. If you do that with a manufacturing facility, wouldn't it lock down?
Yes.
Or a supermarket?
Yeah. No, that is too much.
Lock down, you know.
That is too much. That is too much. That is driving away the farmers. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
And this one, as Sir Fulton just pointed out some statistics. I know that one industry, the cocoa industry alone in Jamaica, can rival the tourism industry within a short while, where I think last figure I saw where they were getting like $4 billion US per year from tourism. Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
The cocoa industry alone can generate that if properly managed. But we've been filling our thumb and destroying these industries.
Yes.
A case in point. Who are the technical personnel in the Ministry of Agriculture to advise the minister and their staff on these technical matters?
Well, I don't know.
I would love to hear who they are.
Yeah.
Because I'm not seeing that. And that is the first sign to indicate to me that the government is not serious about moving agriculture forward.
Yeah, all your word, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Fulton. Mr. Fulton. Look as if he has. Yes, because he said he was leaving at 4:30.
Yes. And Sir Richard presently in a tax office, and I won't be able to stay with you much longer on this call because
okay, all right.
The activities you can do.
All right, well, okay, well, we want to thank both of you then for spending this time with us. And
okay.
Yes.
My apology, and it has been my pleasure.
Yes, of course. Want to thank you very much. Yes. We are going to take a break. Let us take a break on food security. This is Rebel Radio.
Yourself, professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much we want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops is modern days. JPS has efficient idea.
Idea what?
Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 30184.
Then how them get me new number? And all them know is me.
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think Tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on MBet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style. From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style. Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Welcome back, yes, to Rebel Radio, and we are on food security. We have with us now farmer, yes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Wright, Lansville Wright with us, farmer from the food basket. Mr. Wright, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. I know that farmers in St. Elizabeth had a rough time last year with the weather, but just tell us how are things in St. Elizabeth now? How is the farming going? What?
Well, as far as I know, right now, the rough time still continue.
Yes?
Because we have a continual drought.
Drought?
Yeah.
What? Hold on, tell me, just remind me, where in St. Elizabeth you are farming again? Where?
On the Pedro Plains direction.
You're on the Pedro Plains?
Yes.
Right. And you are saying that we are now in April and you are having drought. So you're having water problems?
Well, we're getting a little water from the irrigation, but as far as rainfall, we're not getting any rainfall.
Yeah. Okay.
Since here, I just like one good shower we get, and through the place was so dry, never last.
But you are getting water from the irrigation. That is the Essex Valley irrigation. What you're getting water from?
No. We have an irrigation scheme in Ridge Pen.
Yes.
But again, in District of Watcher.
Yes. And you are getting water from that system?
Yes.
Okay. So you are now in the farmers in your area now, they are in the planting mode, right?
Yeah, and most of the farmers, yes. And some of them is preparing now.
Okay. Yes. I can see. So the drought is the drought is there, so what are the other issues affecting the farmers right as we speak?
Price are one of the main things.
No, that's what the price of the inputs?
In terms of buying chemical and fertilizer and things.
Yes.
Then get really expensive.
Yes.
And even when you get the crop and to get it well, you have another big problem again, because most of the time you have to toss it and And enough time the money don't come in because people don't honest.
No. That don't sound good at all.
No, sir.
No. That don't sound good.
A lot of money owed to me in amount.
So I mean that is so who you credit your goods to? Who are these?
Like most of them we have the problem with the like market people.
Okay.
But like the hotel people and so them would pay more. But some of them, most of them would pay. But I like the people of them are the biggest problem.
Yes. Oh, it's farmers in your area, the hotels buy from you people, right?
You have not directly from the hotel, but you have people who go to the hotel and come and buy.
Yes.
But here we have a problem, that's not.
Yes.
Because most of the time, for you to get the things to the buyer who come from the hotel, you have to go to a middleman. Yes.
And
the buyer don't call you and call the man to buy for him.
Yes.
So when he comes to buy from you, he might give you a lower price than where the man from the hotel will want it for.
Oh.
And so you can't get to that now, you have to sell him.
I see.
And sometimes it's just so you are in a problem.
Oh, so I see. The purchaser from the hotel, the farmers don't get with that man directly.
Oh, you know, get in. Just a couple people get in.
The majority have to go through another person.
Yeah, and him prepare the goods and him come and pick it up.
Yes. And his price is lower than...
Yeah, man, lower than the normal purchasing price and the man from the hotel.
Yes. So
you can buy a 2-1 percentage.
Yes.
To the same pay.
What are the main crops that you get to sell to the hotels? What? Tell me.
Like melon, watermelon, cucumbers, cantaloupes, almost every vine crop.
Okay. But
and like in our area, most vine crop are like peanuts and some sweet potato plant down here plenty.
Yes. So the price, but the price at which you have to pay for labor and for the agricultural inputs, fertilizer, chemicals, and when you compare that with the price at which you sell the goods now, when the plant is ready. And
most time it don't work out on you. You just like it in one place and not moving.
Yeah. Yes.
Sometimes if you do the overhead check, we make sometimes, especially if the crop don't give the amount of yield. You not even make back what you said.
Yeah. I can see. That is hard because is that you end up losing.
Yeah, man. If you not even lose money, you lose the time.
Yes.
Can you not get none for that?
Yes, and that time is money, you know, remember. Yes. So, how do you see now? I am sure that what you are telling me here is you are not the only person who is going through these problems.
No, man, all over the whole century.
Right. So, what I would like to know is that when the farmers talk about this, what are some of the solutions? How they plan to come up with solutions for these problems?
Well, I couldn't really tell you anything, but you know, so the first step of people always take is to sow. But when you sow, most of the time you can't get you can't get it in if you go in a court in for the first time.
Yes.
Because sometimes you can't find the person serving the paper. Sometimes you don't come to court for the first 2 times how the court system set up. And you can't do nothing to that. And when you reach at the next stage, you come to court. So sometimes if you even forget the money, it takes you a long time before you get there. And a whole lot of time you spend. And we have this incident just about 3 weeks ago. Where somebody trusts some things to a higgler. Never having a receipt. And he's going to the court. And the man denies saying only.
Oh my.
And the judge throw it out.
Yeah.
So you have no evidence.
No, look at that. That is a source of conflict. Yes. But if I would imagine too that these higglers, the ones who are not paying promptly, that they credit goods from not one farmer but several farmers.
Yeah, man. When they bank up you, then go to somebody else.
Oh. But the farmers should. You see, what Mr. Wright, one of the things that I think is required here is that the farmers have to organize themselves so that information is passed around, so they know that Igla A is the one who is not paying, so that Igla can't get any goods to credit.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to work that way then, because what really happen? And you have a Igla where a purchase fire.
Yes.
And when you reach a stage, you just come up randomly and tell us, say, you don't have no money today, and you wait till you reap all the goods. You don't have no money today, so goods reap they put on a wait time when you come, you say, you don't have no money today. And you take them and you gone. And that's it.
And don't pay?
No. So then watch where you will make. Out of what you do. So then you say, they block your foot.
No, but that can't work, man. Because when that happens, that is putting the farmer at a loss. You are left losing money when that happens. Right now we have 2 persons between the 2 of them now over 500,000. No, man.
One of them owe me 200 over a 2-year period. Because
2 years?
We check every week.
Yeah.
And sometimes he come and say, put that on the bill. Sometimes he not pay to the whole month. And he run till he go up to that. So when they decide to we can't go no further with him. He come and he can tell me, say, hotel lock down for him.
But that might not be true either.
He's still going to the hotel.
Yes. That might not be true because, for example, I'm not aware of any hotels that in that region that has been locked down. I'm not aware of that at all. But in order for the farmers to really guard against this or to prevent, I think that some level of organization needs to be, because, for example, that particular person there, he should not be able to credit from any other farmer, because he owes you a lot of money and he has not paid you. So
what I really believe,
yeah.
Come and know, so it used to happen one time back. The government needs to pay more attention to farming, because farming is very important. They need to pay more attention, even to assist people with some guardian in the collecting of their money, and then more enforce more things that you can get the money collect easy. Because you just look for your own, so sometimes you show up your face to a man, because you will sue him, and he said, no man can kill you.
No, that is serious. Serious. That is a serious problem. And you are saying that the farmers in St. Elizabeth, this is what they are. This is what they are going through right now.
Lot of farmers. And a whole heap of farmers out of the business right now. Because liquid will make lot of it out and then can't get it.
No, Mr. Wright, that is very bad news. Very, very bad news, man.
Alright, let me give you an instance. You see melon?
Yes.
Melon is a crop where when you come them time of year, melon the panglet. Whole heap of melon can't sell. And right now, you know, no melon at all. Because farmer, no big farmer out there in a plan of a crop. Because everything, the expense they gardener carry. Because days are now $4,000 a day, and I found 6 till 1. And most time when I come to
6 a.m. until 1 p.m.?
Yes. And sometimes then I come till 6:30 or 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Until 1 o'clock. And then come after the work and go buy lunch. So you just imagine how much oil I get for the day.
Yeah, 6 to 1, that is not 8 hours.
No, the 8 hour business cut out long time. Them cut it out, the workers, them cut it out.
What the hell are you saying?
The thing that I tell you, the government is supposed to, if the government come out and announce the amount of hours that people used to work or something, it would have better, but no government source. The business is done nothing there. Everything just left to the people then. If you don't accept it, then now work for you.
Yes. So there's a shortage of labor.
Oh my man, you can't get nobody for work. That's why people pack up the farming now. The Texas is supposed to hear that long time.
No, I know that some farmers have been telling me about the problems they're having getting labor.
You can't get nobody for work. Nobody.
Wow. And then the cost is high, $4,000 for half day work. No, man. And what about pre-dialysis?
Oh, that's the highest level, man. Much in a farming, but it's a goat and cow. Goat and cow, and keep them daily.
Yes. Yes.
That's spread all over the world, St. Elizabeth. Goat business mash up. The cow homes are back, because then it's harder for them to eat the cow, because a man in a bus or something, they will come and, when they come and butcher them, and carry the meat.
Yeah.
By night.
Wow.
But the goats, when I take them, any much I want to listen to all of them.
Yes. So you would say right now, as we speak, the farmers in your area are having a very hard time.
Yes, man. A lot of farmers are out of the business completely. Only now we are inside with the plant in a vine crop now. Vine crop is the most expensive one. If you have a plant an acre melon now, and you buy an acre grass, it costs them $100,000. You buy it, cut it, and chuck it come out the area where you have to use it.
Yeah.
And the acre grass costs you another and over $35,000 to spread it out.
To plant it?
To spread the grass onto the land.
Yes.
And then you have to have it drip to apply upon it. And then you plant. So, by you plant the acre of melon, it costs more than $250,000.
Whoa.
Because the drip at 25,000 for one roll, and it will take 4 rolls to do the 1 acre. And that's 100,000.
Yes.
And the grass costs more 100. And to spread it out. And that's how you start spending on the crop yet.
You have to buy chemicals.
Chemicals straight. And you have to buy fertilizer. Another 50,000-60,000 out of fertilizer for going out. And this is spray material now. It takes most of the money.
Yes.
You have some fungicide now with a $5,000 for one pack. We can make one jump. And when you combine everything together, the one jump of spray costs you all 20,000-25,000.
Wow. So that's a lot of input there.
Depends on where I use.
Yes.
So I'm not sure. And I know plenty of people do that and lose. So after a time they have to back out.
Because when the acre produce now ready for reaping, then you have another problem because you might have vendors who come and take melon and don't pay.
Yes, especially if there's plenty. If there's plenty, then I come buy them, I come take it. Because you know, say, you're in the glut. You have to trust them. Because you want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And another big problem we have is the chemicals. No for chemical we would want to use. We can go and see it in the farmer's book, but it's not available at Jamaica. We can't get it. And all kind of fungicide and bactericide and something affect the ground and we don't get the right thing to use to protect the farming.
Yes.
So you don't get the yield that you're supposed to get.
No, that's that. So tell me something. You do have what kind of assistance you get from RADA?
Never get one yet.
Yeah?
I'm going to sit down on them and nothing more. And then for them call you and nothing more.
And nothing?
No, sir. People get to them, people don't get like a bag of 30 and so, but I never get none yet.
No, sir. So RADA officers don't visit the farmers down in your area?
The only time for the RADA officer is when you apply for the farmers thing from RADA ID. And then come for access to approve if you can get it.
That is what? What is that? Loan?
No, man, it's the farmer's ID.
Oh.
You get through RADA.
Yes. Yes. No. What you are describing to me is very stressful, man. So you are saying that
when the thing that's supposed to reach the farmer through RADA.
Yes.
When it come, remember if RADA come through to them, but you see the Dan man they only MP them. And them get it. And give it for them.
But they are not farmers.
No. But them get it.
And when they get it, what they do? Sell it or distribute it to farmers?
Then give out who they want, give and sell what they want, sell for themselves.
No, sir. Really stubborn. So you have water problems, you have stealing problems, you have, getting access, labor problems. No, that sounds too much. And you are saying that as a result of that, several farmers have, stopped farming.
Yeah, man, possibly because they can't get nobody for work. All of the big farmers them who used to be between in the Pizza Place and Flagaman area. So.
Yes.
Well, some of them died, but most of them scale right down because the expense of the farming now really work out, and then rain and fall, and then got the strength of water neither.
Yes. No. That's the situation, Mr. Wright, this situation don't sound encouraging at all.
No, sir. No, sir.
Then what about the young people? Young people are not coming in your year, they're not coming into farming?
No, sir, just few, but the most of them not even, they don't have nothing, you know. They don't have nothing and they don't do nothing at all. They're not, if you ask them for it, they're not looking at you and gone.
Yeah. Boy, no, it is not.
I believe still, to how me see my surrounding. Just if from the bleaching take over.
Yes.
Farming get a lick.
From bleaching, why you say that?
Because the man who bleach now go to work, my son.
Yes, sir. I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
And whoever is working, not working for a full day, so you're not getting anybody coming to work at 7 or 6 and leave 3 p.m.
No, man. About 3, you know, that cut out.
Yeah. They come to work.
Even some here now, they gone low on that at 12 o'clock.
Yes. They come to work 6 o'clock and 12 they are finished. And that is for $4,000.
No, they must look at cheaper. Must about 3-5.
Yeah.
But don't mind me. So right now, they are 4 and I'm fighting for 2 years again.
Yes. Wow. No, that is stubborn for the farmers, man. Stubborn.
Even sweet potato right now. One of the biggest problems we have is to get it reap out of the garden.
Yes.
Because you have to pay $1,500 per 100 weight to reap it. And in the time the potato raises on a certain price, then raise it.
So you can't get farmers to work per day to reap potatoes. They charge.
Yes, you can get few of them, but what really happen? You still have to pay them. Them even better off, you know, to use. So you still have to pay them extra money because they average it. The average of how much they can pull the same way. They work the same way.
Oh, so they charge you per 100 weight to reap?
Yes, they charge you per 100 weight, but the man will still come and say, by the year.
Yes.
But you know, so he can pull 400 or 500. You might tell us if you give him 6,000. You understand?
Yes.
So it's still have a work out back to the same almost $1,500 100 days.
Yes. Boy, it's really challenging. Well, Mr. Wright, all I can do is I wish you all the best, but I would suggest that the farmers in your area, that they should organize themselves though, right? Because if they organize themselves into a group, then they can make better representation for themselves and get things working in their favor. But I want to thank you very much for your time, and let us say to be continued. We are going to talk again because I have to keep in touch with the farmers down there to find out exactly what the farmers are, the issues that the farmers are having. Thank you very much.
Yes, man. Take care.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Yes. That was farmer Mr. Wright, and you heard the issues, the problems that farmers down there in section of St. Elizabeth are having. You heard them. Very, very, very stressful situation. Well, that's food security for today. And as you know, it's every Wednesday, this is where we talk about agriculture. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Why you dress up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steve to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
Farmers modern days. JPS has efficient idea. Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 30184.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think Tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on M-Bet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Give people real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Over taxi and bus fares is a puerile sideshow. How we get around this island and get from one place to another every day affects our economy, our pockets, and our sense of self. It's a big issue, transport, that, like squatting or illegal settlements, is not going away and not being tackled with any vigor and sense. Those issues, transport and squatting, are among the matters you'll hear us discussing the next half an hour. It's Easter, of course, Ramadan in some places, and other festivities. And they have great significance to millions and billions of people around the world. We count ourselves among them. And look at the traditions, too, in this show. All that, and herbs, too, in this edition of Frankly Speaking, Jamaica podcast. Good day. Please subscribe to this channel. If you are live with us, feel free to send your comments. Your thoughts are welcome always. Desmond Richards, Winnie Anderson Brown, and Mary White are with us. They are our panelists today, and they will tell us quickly, briefly, this week. We start with Mary.
I'm up first. Wow. I love yours. This week, if you're a Jamaican, you're quite familiar with the term bush tea. And you don't want to miss this amazing story I'm going to tell you about this 70-odd-year-old man whose grandmother saved his life as a newborn using some Jamaican herbs. I don't want to... Herbs. We're going to say herbs for now until we come back.
When you say herbs, you might mean the other thing. I don't know what you mean. But
It's the other thing I mean. It's the other thing I mean. So...
Now to Desmond Richards.
Oh, yes. Well, I am talking this week about political promises and squatting. You know, the Jamaican people over the decades have been subject to a plethora of promises from politicians. And because most of those promises have been unfulfilled, this is one of the reasons I believe, and based on research, this is one of the reasons that has led to the reduction in the voting pattern. What I am saying, that the vast majority of Jamaican voters are not voting. And you can look at the results. In 2011, 53% of the registered voters voted. In 2011, 48. And in 2020, it was 38. So what has been happening?
We're going to come back to you to fill out all the holes and spread it all across the screen. So, but let's just take Winnie, and Winnie just go straight into yours.
Okay, well, this week I am going to look at Easter traditions in Jamaica. But before I say anything, I must make this very clear. I understand that there are Jamaicans who do not support Easter. But we're talking of the majority of Jamaicans. Remember, we have the most churches per square mile. And there are two very important days in the church's calendar as far as Easter is concerned, and that's Good Friday and Easter Sunday. Good Friday, Crucifixion Day, and today is Resurrection Day or Easter Sunday. So there are some traditions that we have had over the years. Some of them, you wonder what they have to do with the crucifixion. For example, when people talk about going to church, we understand that. But there's a tree, I don't know how many persons have heard of the physic nut tree, where when you cut it at 12, then the tree bleeds. What comes out looks like blood. I've never seen it, but I grew up hearing about that tree. I don't know the tree. There's also another tradition where people use an egg in water, and whatever shape, they burst the egg, they put the egg in water, and whatever shape the egg takes, it tells them what's going to happen. If it's an aeroplane, they know they're going to travel by plane. If it's a ship, they're going on a ship. If it's a coffin, somebody is going to die. So some of those are the traditions. But the most important tradition is the tradition of going to church on Good Friday. And that day is usually a solemn day for most country folk. I don't know about town now. Most country folk, it's a solemn day. You're not outside playing in the yard and jumping around and playing all kinds of music. It feels almost like a Sunday, but even more solemn. Friday gone, Friday morning, I could tell it was a different day because I woke up to gospel music. And going to church, a number of persons go to church. It is a day when we celebrate the crucifixion, because without the crucifixion on which the whole business of Christianity is based, there is no salvation, there's no redemption. So this is very important in the church's calendar. Today is a day when people rejoice. It's a day when a number of persons who haven't been to church in a long time go and sing, He arose, hallelujah, He arose. Yes, Christ is risen, and this is a day when people are happy to be in church, rejoicing because He arose from the grave. Not everybody believes that, but most people who go to church, most Christian people believe in this.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And the bun and cheese is very much part of the tradition, though.
Yes, the food. The eating of the bun and cheese has nothing really to do with the crucifixion, but bun and cheese and fish at this time. Some people eat bun and fish, but that food is very important to a number of persons. Bun and cheese. If you don't have that in your house, then something is missing. Some people don't cook on Good Friday either. Yes.
All right, Mary, you have some words.
I have some feedback on Easter. I do not celebrate Easter because my church, Church of God International, you can check out their website. We actually did a beautiful message on the history of Easter and how it got started and how Christians came to adopt it as a religious practice. Easter was replaced Passover, that's the Lord's holy, not holiday instituted by the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, many years, which he gave to the Jewish people as part of the traditions to pass down to their children. During the time of Christ, when Christianity was becoming popular, and they wanted to have more converts, like how the politicians would give out curry goat and beer during election time, the Roman people decided that they would link the holy day, move away from the Jewish practice, and create this thing with their gods, their pagan gods, that would attract the people who were already in paganism and idol worshipping. And so they make it attractive, and a lot of people accepted it, and has brought it in part of this. How do you get 3 days and 3 nights as per the prophecy of Christ?
Mary,
yes,
Mary, we're not going to be able to take a lot, right? But what you say to people who say,
I will leave this for the nation to consider. If Christ believes that the prophecy of his identity is 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth, as it was with Jonah, you cannot get that from Good Friday to when he rose up at the end of the Sabbath. Just do it.
When you have 10 seconds to respond.
I must say this. Now, we don't get into that argument. This argument is from time immemorial. The most important thing is that Jesus was crucified and he rose again. So the time that it just like the birth story, we don't get there. This is a debate for another time that I don't get into.
Another time and another place. Thank you, Willie. And the truth in there, and our viewers and listeners will have their own say. Desmond, I won't allow you to touch it. Won't allow you to touch it. All right. So let me before we get back to Desmond, let me start with my commentary. Some creative and progressive thinking about transportation in Jamaica is really long overdue. And we should block the myopic vista when we hear public transport to believe that we mean a better version of what we have. What we have is a backward middle passage, road-based time montage of chaos. There's no vision there. Public transport, we know, can be clean, fast, and not humiliating or class confining. Most well-run cities have a public transport system. We must start with some truths too. In Jamaica, you will never get a good public transport system at $1 for a ride at the lower end, or $2. You cannot get a public transportation system on those ridiculous rates. And you cannot get decent public transport system based on the owners of public taxes and buses, subsidizing the system as they have been asked for years in Jamaica to do. Now, it's counterproductive as we have it. It undermines productivity as we have it, frankly speaking. Now we're providing more roads, widening a few in Kingston, or even building more bypass roads in Montego Bay. These things are not going to help us with a proper public transport system, or a public system in which a public transport system is part of. These are tantamount to digging ourselves into a hole. The transport system in Jamaica leaves the majority of population centers going nowhere fast. That's because before the roads are expanded, it becomes clear that there are too many gas-powered vehicles with 1 or 2 people in them filling up these spaces. No, that's compounded by the failure of the authorities to curb indiscipline and impose order. I did a little, let us call it a survey, but it's unscientific. And I called up a few people and asked them about their commute, their morning and evening commute. Now, people in Portmore, St. Catherine, Spanish Town, and Kingston and its suburbs told me that their 10 to 15 minute ride took them normally half an hour to an hour and a half, 1 hour to an hour and a half in their private vehicles or in the public transport system. That is from Red Hills to downtown Kingston or to Halfway Tree or to New Kingston, from Papine to Halfway Tree or Crossroads, from Spanish Town into New Kingston and so on. All of these were just gridlocked places. It's rank futility and stupidity. It ensures and enshrines low productivity, which some of us have been talking about for 20 years, and the politicians are now beginning to whisper about. Now, one of the people I know in Montego Bay, Clinton Pickering, told me about the travail they have. And I would love for you to just hear what Clinton Pickering says about what happens in Montego Bay, in that western city.
No, Montego Bay is badly in need of some traffic management. We're talking about building this perimeter road. Yes, it is under construction, but it will not solve the problem. It's like everyday problem, and we find, of course, that it could take motorists. Let's say coming in from the west by Reading into downtown Montego Bay. Easily, it could take you almost an hour. We have a situation also, where the traffic gets backed up, past the airport, coming in from the east. So heard a number of times they say, oh yes, there's a plan, but we ain't seen no plan. We're just seeing congestion in the streets. And then, of course, there's the question of the indiscipline of drivers, mostly taxis. It is one serious problem. Montego Bay is badly in need of some traffic management. We're talking about building this perimeter road. Yes, it is under construction, but it will not solve the problem. It
will not solve the problem, and that's what Clinton Pickering says. And
we find, of course,
you hear me a second time, but that's what Clinton Pickering says, and he should know. He has been doing he has been living in Montego Bay for decades, and he's been doing the traffic report for RJR for many, many years. And we are also seeing that the Mandela Highway is not solving anything in traffic either. People from Portmore are still taking an hour and a half to get into parts of Kingston. Same thing from Spanish Town. We are also seeing that even the toll road from Portmore is not helping. Hey guys, stop looking on the ground. We're going to come back to that next week. I just want to tell you that an accountant I know, a good, solid person who thinks economics all the while, Dennis Chung says, Jamaica loses roughly $200 billion a year, every year, sitting in traffic. I believe it's mathematics, but I think it's a little bit more that we lose. So I'll come back to this one. I'm not going to allow it to pass. I'll come back to this one, and I'll leave it at that for today. What we have as a transport system is a waste of time and should be tackled now.
But Franklin, one of the things that you need to look at is this. So those who are providing the bulk of the transportation services, look at them. No, the government treats the big providers different from those who are running the taxis. Now look at Knutsford Express. Knutsford Express prices are not controlled by government, you know.
Oh, and they've raised them several times already since the last 6 months.
Okay. And they are providing public transportation. They are not providing. But the government does not put any cover on their rates. But the taxes, yes, but the taxis and minibus owners, they are under government control. No.
Yes, because they are providing essential service. Knutsford is a luxury.
Knutsford is providing essential services to people all over the country.
Luxury.
What kind of luxury? What do you mean luxury?
You don't have to take Knutsford to go where you're going.
So why the government don't? Why the government don't control their prices?
Because it's a luxury service, third D, and not a relevant essential service. You can take a minibus or a taxi to go to Montego Bay. You don't have to take the Knutsford. That's your choice when you have the money.
I am saying to you that what it is a public transportation services for those who want to use it and can afford to use it. That is what it is, right? Anyway, as Franklin said, we will come back to that. Before I make my point, I just want to make an apology. I made an error last week when I said that the murder rate in Haiti was lower than that in Jamaica. That was an error. It is significantly higher. Yes, political promises. You know, I think people are asking this question, to what extent is government run by a few big interests looking out for themselves? That question, I think people are, over the years, the experience of the people is that on election, during election time, promises are made, whatever number of promises are made. But at the end, what the people get? The people get government policies which are in widening what the policies implemented by government are policies which widen the income situation and the gap between the education, health service, and how law is enforced. The policies executed by the governments is that you see a widening of the gap there. The people don't get the benefits from those policies. Now, what we need in Jamaica, we need policies to be kept. No? And I believe that one of the
reasons... How can the people enforce that, Desmond?
Well, let me tell you, the people are enforcing it right now, you know. The people are enforcing it by staying away from the polls. Don't you see, or can't you see, that the governments are not elected by the majority of registered voters in Jamaica? 53% of registered voters in 2011. 48% in 2015 or 16, and 38% in 2020. The people are enforcing it by staying away from the polls. because the governments are not elected by the majority of registered voters in Jamaica, but by their party base. That is what is happening. So our democracy is being undermined in front of us, right? So it is now incumbent on the government, and I know that this government and the opposition, they must be concerned with the low level of voters who are voting for them, right? The people need to have trust in the system. The people are no longer have any trust in the people. They are losing significant trust in the system. Now you can remember in recent time with all the promises that were made, and most of them were not kept. No, most of them were fixed election date, not kept. One of the most important one is there was a promise to implement a law to deal with illicit enrichment by politicians. That has not been kept. I remember the Governor General spoke about it in 2023. Nothing about that since then. So I am saying, when you look at how the system has treated the people, for example, squatting started in 1838. The very day after slavery was abolished, squatting started. And we have had numerous promises of how we are going to address it.
And that's a big one, but you're going to have to wait until next week for us to dig down into the squatting, or whenever you want to take it on. But because we're running out of time, and I just wanted to make the one crucial point that you want to make today, and then expand it next time, Desmond.
Yes, I am almost finished. All I am saying is that the promises, we are tired of the promises. We want action. And the opposition leader must know this, that if he is elected in the next election, he has no honeymoon, absolutely not. There are some things that he must start dealing the following day, and that is to deliver on the promises to the Jamaican people. Transportation, health, security, squatting, these are fundamental issues which must be addressed.
And before the time of the elections, we expect that both political parties will put out some sensible and serious arguments which are to be investigated and really dealt with in a rigorous manner. But let's go to Mary, because we don't want to take up our time. Mary, I see that we have some of our viewers are sending us messages, but you're not telling us what's going on.
Well, I'm waiting for you guys to break.
Okay, so please go ahead, Mary. I'll be eating into your time.
I was asking Warner if she knew. It looked like we have a new listener tuning in today. Warner or Guana, it looked like Spanish. We have our usual, hi Warner if you're new, and we have our usual people, Rubian, Israel. We have Tarlene Whittingham today, and Alan, of course, our staple, Keith Palmer. And they're talking about, so I'm going to start with Keith at the bottom. Keith says what everyone needs to do is vote so that they can have more say in the affairs of government. This is one of the reasons the government could care less of the voices. And I agree with Keith. We have to go out there and exercise the vote. We can't put it on the government to, hold the people responsible to voting. They're not God, for God's sake. Alan, talking about Easter, he says, yes, he celebrates Easter by eating plenty of butter and cheese. We have Carleen, we don't share that sentiment. We have unleavened bread. We have Carleen, I don't celebrate Easter because it's a pagan holiday that was Christianized by the Roman Catholic Church. Exactly my view, Carleen. We're on the same page.
We know that.
Israel ally say it's still a free market economy. Where did that fly off to? where did it? Obviously, somebody post on this one. Move. Israel says a free. I suppose what he's trying to say is that it's a free market economy. Please be careful, or we call people's name. I don't know what that means. So Israel, please clarify your comment a little bit for us and the audience. All right, so today I'm going to jump right into teas, because if you're not drinking tea, you definitely need to start tea drinking, because there are so many health benefits from drinking tea. And the story I started telling is that this woman, my friend's grandmother, who was born in the 1890s, he was born in the 1920s. And in that time, he was born, they said that he had colic. So like at about 3-4 days old, the doctor prophesied that he was going to die. They couldn't save him. But his grandmother, being a determined woman, rejected that prophecy over his life, and by God says he's going to live. So she went to the police station at the time and spoke with the officers and said, listen, my grandson is about to die. I need some ganja. And they gave her some ganja. Don't know this is how this worked. In the 1920s, she went home, made the ganja tea, and administered it. She obviously like a bush doctor. And within a week, he made a total recovery. Today,
Mary, I'm so sorry.
Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insects and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Park Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do down by JPS, and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean? Pops is modern days. JPS has given idea. Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you, so them just going to give you the information.
Look where they listen.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God, few no young people.
Come join us for Caymanas Community Recycling Day. Caymanas Park, in association with the Recycling Partners of Jamaica, will host a plastic collection drive on March 17 from 1 to 5 p.m. at Caymanas Park. Come out and drop off your PET and HDPE plastics for recycling and earn rewards. Let's respect our environment and keep it clean. Visit at Caymanas Racing on Instagram or caymanasracing.com for details on how to participate.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on MBet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's fresh, it's credible, it's information, news, sports, and entertainment from and about the North Coast parishes of St. Anne, St. Mary, and Portland. Now, for the news.
Good day. Here is the latest edition of the North Coast Times News. I am Rowena Newman Ridley. Thank you for joining us. Here are the headlines. Crashes in Portland and St. Anne leave 3 people dead. Cops stop St. Mary goat thieves in their tracks. St. Mary police recapture escapee and name wanted men and persons of interest. It's 74 years of love and togetherness for this couple. More displays of the performance arts, speech and dance in St. Anne. And now the details. 3 people were killed and several others suffered injuries in 2 road crashes in St. Anne and Portland over the holiday weekend. The latest crash took place Easter Monday night, killing a 53-year-old man, David Woolery, and his 6-year-old son, Jaden. They died in a vehicle that Mr. Woolery was driving near Ferry Hill in Portland. His 3-year-old daughter was rescued from the crash and hospitalized. It is reported that a Toyota Corolla that was overtaking Mr. Woolery's vehicle slammed into it. The vehicle ran off the road, flipped, and overturned into a yard with Mr. Woolery and the 2 children aboard. A resident of the area, Giovanni Taylor, was one of the first on the scene. He pulled Mr. Woolery's 3-year-old daughter from the wreckage. However, Mr. Woolery and his son did not survive. Giovanni Taylor said it was not a pleasant scene.
To all the driver them, you can take time on the road. Trust me, I best thing. Yeah. You know, take time on the road, safe on the road, because this never did happen. Carelessness and lose a life.
And in St. Anne, a bus taking 23 people, 16 of them children, to a family reunion crashed, leaving 1 woman dead Easter Sunday. She has been identified as 49-year-old Suzette Thomas, a housekeeper of Kingston. 6 were admitted in serious condition in hospital in St. Anne and the corporate area. Reports are that a Nissan Caravan from Kingston was descending the narrow, winding Fern Gully Road towards Ocherius when a tire blew out. The driver lost control of the vehicle. It smashed into an embankment, and several of the passengers ended up on the roadway. Passing motorists, police and fire service took all 23 passengers and the driver to the St. Anne's Bay Hospital. Miss Thomas was pronounced dead while the others were treated. Details of this and other stories in this newscast are available on the North Coast Times website and Facebook pages. One of the stories for which we have been receiving a great deal of feedback is that of 74-year-old love and togetherness of Lola and Alburn Miller. Both are centurions. Mrs. Miller just celebrated her 100th birthday in March. The full story, including their recipe for peace and love and a long life, are on the North Coast Times website. That is northcoasttimesja.com. We take a short break. We will be right back.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Fitzroy Grocery and Wholesale in the center of Discovery Bay is open every day between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Customers from communities such as Old Folly, Queen Height, Farmtown, Tickets, Helicon, Lakeside Park, Hopewell Park, Cornish Street, Gaza, Bengal find it convenient to shop at Fitzroy's. And those passing on the highway in Discovery Bay know that the service is quick and easy to access. For more than 20 years, this family business has been serving families and business in and around Discovery Bay. Drop in and you will find the same courteous and fast service. Call us at 876-667-0356. Fitzroy Grocery and Wholesale.
Continuing the news. Police from St. Mary stopped some goat thieves in their track, or at least put the would-be goat thieves to flight in Donington district near Gale in the parish. On Good Friday, March 29, a resident called the police after seeing men untethering and removing goats from a field. The police responded. The thieves, on seeing the lawmen, ran. Police retrieved 5 goats. It is not clear if the thieves escaped with any. The finals in the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission JCDC Performing Arts Competitions continued last week in St. Anne with dance and speech. The dance parish finals were held on Monday, March 25, 2024 at the Brownstown Methodist Church Hall. 27 medals were won, 11 gold, 7 silver, 9 bronze. 2 merit badges were also awarded. Because of the large number of participants, the speech finals were held over 2 days. Day 1 was Friday, March 22 at Brownstown at the Methodist Church Hall, while Day 2 was held on Thursday, March 28, 2024 at the St. John's Anglican Church Hall in Ocho-Rios. Most of the participants were from schools across the parish. Please stay with us while we return with more after this short break.
If you want great Jamaican cuisine in a relaxed atmosphere by the sea, Roxborough Restaurant, Bar and Grill is the place to be. This cozy, private restaurant specialized in seafood plus Jamaican dishes including curry goat, fried and baked chicken. We are open for breakfast at 8 a.m. and serve meals through the day until 10 p.m. Mondays to Thursdays. On Fridays to Sundays, we are open at 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Our bar service has got rave reviews. Come experience top-class service and fine Jamaican meals. We are easy to reach at St. Anne's Bay next to the Island Traffic Authority. Call us at 876-562-6725 or 5367950.
Welcome back. Continuing the North Coast Times news. Remember, you can always reach the North Coast Times by email at editorial@northcoasttimesja.com or by WhatsApp at 876-503-9995. That is 876-503-9995. One more of the 7 men who escaped custody at Orocabessa Police Station has been captured. At the same time, police have issued a list and photographs of other men wanted for a variety of crimes. The crimes range from break-ins and shooting with intent to murder. The most recent of the escapees captured is Philip Williams, also called Bo. Last December, 7 men cut their way out of the Orocabessa police lockup. Williams is the 5th to have been recaptured. 2 of the 7 are still on the run. They are Gavin Hurd, also called Bones of Enfield, St. Mary, and Nolando Atkinson, also called TK of Pimento Walk, St. Anne. Acting Commanding Officer for St. Mary, DSP Kevin Francis, is encouraging the public to report the whereabouts of these persons to the nearest police station or called 911 or 311. Taki High did not make it to the semi-finals of the Grace Shield cricket competition. They were beaten by Manchester High in that parish last week. In the two-day encounter, Manchester High scored 174 all out. Taki High were bowled out for 125. Manchester won by 49 runs and moved on to the semi-finals. Coach of Taki High, Sheldon Price, says the Manchester score was not beyond his team's ability. However, he said the team did not play to instructions. He also complained about the fact that on the first of the 2 days of the match, the match did not get going until after 1 p.m., some 3 hours after it should have started. That's the information package from the North Coast Times YouTube channel this week. Please like, share, and subscribe. Remember, you can get breaking news and news stories at the North Coast Times website and Facebook pages. We invite you to also follow our TikTok and Instagram accounts. On behalf of the team here at the North Coast Times, I am Rowena Newman Ridley. Thank you.
That's the news from the North Coast Times. You can always find more news and features on the North Coast Times website and Facebook page. You may reach us at WhatsApp 876-503-9995. The North Coast Times News.
Every day, I go to work inside a hospital. Every day, I am surrounded by healthcare workers who have access to this information. Every single day, I'm surrounded at my job by individuals who do not care about this. What is happening in El Shifa Hospital in Gaza is beyond any worst nightmare. It is beyond any horrifying dystopian movie or book. It is beyond anything that we can fathom. It is disgusting. This post here indicates individuals happening in El Shifa complex, so around the hospital area, literally being confined to rooms because they will be sniped to death. They will be murdered, and they have been murdered and massacred for moving. Take it in, for moving. To go eat, to leave their room, to do anything. They cannot move. They're saying that death is easier than what is happening to them. Every single day, Israel violates international law. Every single day, Israel does things like this. They bombed the entire surgical building. They blew it up. Intensive care departments, people that are literally only way they're living. This is their lifeline. And they just blew it up. Dean, who is a medical student volunteering at Al Shifa, says that the remaining patients at Al Shifa have not eaten in 4 days. The army has surrounded everybody, and like I said, they cannot move without the risk of being sniped, shot, bombed, anything to death. They are choosing between starving to death and being bombed to death. At this point, navigating the world like this and looking around and seeing that hospitals haven't uttered a word, managers haven't said a word, the doctors around me, the healthcare providers around me do not utter a word about this. It is the most demoralizing experience that the world goes on while this happens. And if it happened in other parts of the world, they would not rest, they would not let it happen, they would fight and advocate for them. What is happening in Al Shifa Hospital has happened so many times, and Israel has done it with impunity that they have not stopped. They just keep doing it and doing it because they can, because the world hasn't stopped them, and has not only not stopped them, but has continued to fund them. If this doesn't enrage you, if this doesn't make you want to protest and block any weapons manufacturers, block highways, block airports, block government meetings, anywhere they go, do not let them rest, then what will? And this is why people do it, because of this injustice. It is warranted. Don't act like it isn't warranted. Don't say, why is this happening now? Why are they inconveniencing everybody? Because it is warranted. Enough is enough. Israel cannot exist, period.
Yes. Well, boy, that's the situation that exists in Palestine as we speak. Yes. Close to 40,000 have been killed so far. And the latest attack, as you can see, is the almost complete demolition of an hospital. Yes. An hospital. The Israelis claim that fighters are using the hospital as a cover, and they have blown up the hospital. The doctors there are incapable now of treating patients. No, the place has been demolished. And that is what the people of Palestine are going through. Hunger, starvation, no medical supplies, water, food, unable to reach them. And they cannot move. Because if they move, they are shot at and shot. This is what we are witnessing in front of us. And nothing is being done to stop this atrocity. Nothing, absolutely nothing. No. Is this the world? Well, I can't ask that question, because the reality is that this is the world in which we are living now. This is where we as human beings are living. where one set of human beings can be killing other human beings in full sight. They are not hiding. You can watch it on your television screen as if you're watching a movie. What is our government doing? We would like our government to cut diplomatic relations with Israel. We want our government to take the stand that governments took in the past to protest the dehumanization of other human beings. That is what we are asking our government to do. No, it is too much. Too much. Well, let us hope that something will happen in the coming hours. I wish it would be tonight, that something would happen that will stop the killings in Palestine. Yes. And we want something to happen in Jamaica that will stop the killings here. Too many of our people are being killed and we are not at war. No. We want something to happen to stop that. And also we want something to happen to stop the fatal accidents on our roads. Yes, too many fatal accidents. Motorists, pedestrians, cyclists. Please, cut the speeding. Obey the rules of the road. Let us save lives. Yes. And remember that we can't protect the gunmen. No. We must not support them. They are killing people. And this is not good for us at all. So if you have information about gunmen, give it to the security forces. Yes, we must take action. Yes, must take action. Well, the clerk of the house will be retiring this week. You remember the clerk who was humiliated by the Speaker of the House? Yes, well, she will be demitting office this week. And so far there has been no withdrawal of that letter that was sent to her. Okay, well, I want to thank all my guests, thank all my viewers and listeners, thank my technical operator Kevin, and remember to stay safe and do whatever you can to save lives. This is Rebel Radio and I am Desmond Richards. Stay safe until Friday.
everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, where you dress up, sir? Where you going?
Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steam to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean? Pops is modern days. JPS has efficient IVR. Customer service. They did all about the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated the account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just gonna give you your information.
Look where me live, Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
Join us for Caymanas Community Recycling Day. Caymanas Park, in association with Recycling Partners of Jamaica, will host a plastic collection drive on March 17 from 1 to 5 p.m. at Caymanas Park. Come out and drop off your PET and HDPE plastics for recycling and earn rewards. Let's respect our environment and keep it clean. Visit at Caymanas Racing on Instagram or caymanasracing.com for details on how to participate.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies New Year, New Finishes sale. Unbelievable low prices all month long. Shop for your new finishes for your bathroom, kitchen, living room.
Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paints, and more.
And remember, when you think tiles, think tools. For the finest quality at the lowest prices. Shop now.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Are you ready? Your chance at winning millions this March just got better. On March 9, the Catch 9 will have a mandatory payout with an estimated payout of over $5 million. On March 16 and 23 only, the minimum guaranteed payouts of the following wagers will be increased. Twilight 6, $3 million. Strike 4, $750,000. Be a March millionaire. Wager, watch and win on M-Bet at Caymanas Park and off-track betting locations island-wide.
We make it worthwhile, real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday